What's up, guys? Well, the straddle's printed. Yep, that's what they tend to do. My Tesla calls are printing too, which is fucking nice, even though I got in them a bit late. Wait, like, dev on here? $5,800 today? It's not impossible, but it's very unlikely. I think maybe stability above 5750 and then um try to reposition. We're not really stably above 5750 yet. Like this could definitely fail still. Yeah, we're well past the MM's expected move for the day on both chains. So I'd be a little bit cautious of that. TQQ burned hard as fuck. Nice. I made a bit of money on Tesla, just a bit. It's up like 6%. I hope you made more than a bit. I got calls at like 9:40 and I'm up like almost 100%. So, is this the 4% update that my parents told me tales of when they were younger? No. I just I just got done saying we probably are near topping out for the day already. I don't know if we're quite there yet. NQ might have a little bit more room to push up. But we have like a path out to like 75. We might fail 50 before pushing out to 75, but we'll have to see if we get enough repositioning here or not. Tesla's pushing up to 270. It's probably going to push out to 275, maybe a little higher. Ooh, nice. This J First Community says he's never seen anything like this today. I have no idea. I don't know what the context was. Ooh, look at that. Well, isn't that fancy? Hold on. Well, that's very close. Huh. Well, look at you, Nick. I was messing around with it already before I got on the stream. But I didn't know you had it in dev too. I thought you just had it somewhere else. Are you entering the Hertz position? Yeah, probably. So if it crashes, just pull your Ethernet cable out and pull up the prod version. Okay. Still dope. Now we're looking on the other ones. Interesting. Penis. I'm long Tesla. Like, I even bought contracts in the WeBull account. I said Tesla looked bullish yesterday. I don't know what more people want from me. No, I don't have that much. I have 265 and 10 260. Unless Tesla goes back to 400, in which case also wouldn't take my shirt off. Oh. I'll give you my password. That would help me. Dirk, this fucking, or Nuke, this fucking live spot price is sexy as shit. Also, nobody asked me what the, like, mustard colored line is. It's meaningless. Why did you bring it up? Because they're gonna ask me. They're gonna ask me like 9,000 times. So if I bring it up now, people are gonna ask me ironically, and then I'm gonna ignore them, right? And then it'll go away. But if I don't bring it up, they're just gonna ask me about it all fucking day, over and over and over. The yellow line is not VWAP. It's not even pinned to the chart. Look, you just move it around. We've been over this. No, VWAP would be pinned to a price on the chart. This isn't. See, like 57, 54. Move it up here. And it'll be at like 57.63. I can move it down here. Right? It's not it has no anchor point. No, it's nothing. It's not even anchored to the chart. Oh my god. It's a dynamic line. Unanchored VWAP. I hate you guys. It's not making the price go down. It's not attached to the price at all. It's just a persistent state of Nuke's current erection. Hmm. PWAP, VWAP, Eponymous, Friendometer, live tracker of Centaur food pricing. Jesus Christ. Finally, the puts v call indicator, and we don't even know how to interpret it. Jesus. Put some pencil here. That's just weird. Oh wait, did it fix itself? Ooh, nice. Big resistance on my video at 120. This is fucking terrible. Apple looks like it's gonna push out to 225. GME live? Ooh, snap. We needed a stock with options volume. No, we did not bounce off the yellow line. The gap is the socket service just drowning. Is it like sexy drowning? The live price on the right side of the chart is awesome. Great job. Yeah, it's fast as fuck. Updates at the top, too. Literally drowning in compute requirements. Have we tried liquid cooling? I was doing some maps this weekend. Oh yeah? We're doing about 2,500 TPS on average. Hmm. Across all the chains or just SPX? Across things and stuff for data coming in. Jesus. That's a lot. It's like asking someone to fight the entirety of the Roman army with one sunflower. Huh. Is this a Fibonacci joke? Because is VIX going to 12 again? The short vol didn't get burned hard enough on this drop. Oh no, they got burned super hard. And they ate all their losses on Friday too. Don't tell me you have TPS reports too. I mean, it would appear that Nuke has made a TPS report. TPS equals shares. We're doing price and options data. So now, probably not too much on the share side yet. I feel like that's like on par with like the FAA. Yeah, that's nuts. It's the biggest fire hose. It's like the world's ultimate. It's the ultimate data hose. I have to figure out how to turn the fire hose into that Costco water balloon pack that fills all the balloons at once. Engineering at its finest. VIX 18.5. What the actual fuck, man? What? It's a slight drop from Friday. Although, like, a big chunk of that was crushed out on Friday. VIX actually isn't down as much as you'd think it would be today. It's pretty good. Services had a nice beat. So that's good, but it's also inflationary. Let me look at the report. Employment rose slightly in April, returning growth after a small decline in February. The upturn was led by renewed hiring in the service sector. However, even here, the rate of job creation was marginal and much weaker than at the turn of the year. Some companies reported job losses due to sluggish demand, plus a wariness to hire due to the uncertain outlook. Manufacturers, in particular, reported concerns over payroll numbers and rising costs, cutting headcounts for the first time since last October. Prices. Cost pressures intensified across the economy in March, both across goods and services. Input costs increased at the sharpest rate for 23 months, surging especially in manufacturing, where the rate of inflation hit a 31-month high, but also picking up further pace to an 18-month high in the service sector. Higher costs were first and foremost attributed to tariffs, though increased staffing costs were also widely reported. Higher costs have fed through Higher costs fed through to a steeper rise in manufacturing selling prices, which rose in March at the sharpest rate for 25 months. The March survey also saw a modest acceleration in services selling price inflation, albeit to a level that was historically subdued as firms reported the need to offer competitive pricing in a weak demand environment. The resulting combined increase in prices levied by companies across both sectors was the second largest seen over the past 6 months, surpassed only by the rise seen in January, but remaining below the survey's long-run average. Hmm. Survey data is indicative of the economy growing at an annualized 1.9% rate in March and just 1.5% over the quarter as a whole, pointing to a slowing of GDP growth compared to the end of 2024. Near-term risks also seem tilted to the downside. Growth is concentrated in the service sector, as manufacturing fell back into decline after the front-running of the tariffs had temporarily boosted factory output in the first 2 months of the year. Business confidence in the outlook has also darkened, souring further from the buoyant mood seen at the start of the year to one of the gloomiest readings seen over the past 3 years, largely caused by growing worries over negative impacts from recent policy initiatives in the new administration. Most widely cited were concerns about the impact of federal spending cuts, tariffs, and federal employment. Huh. Interesting. All right. Well, slightly inflationary report with some positive expansion, but the risks seem weighted to the downside still. And if Chicago Fed National Activity Index moved up too, right? Yeah. Personal consumption was down. Housing category contribution was negative. But employment related indicators contributed positively. CFNA, AIMA3 increased 1.5. Hmm. Where's ES at right now? 5807. It's like testing the upside trend. Right where I said we'd run into resistance. Shocking. Bulls are gunning for weekly DNG on 8/20/30. They'd probably like to get there before the end of this week. In a way, that sounds like the PMI flash is just having a small bear rally. We'll see. Macro's worse, but the numbers are still good. Sentiment's not always realized in the way expected. Starting to break out here a little bit. Weekend strangles were quite nice. Yes, they were. I shouldn't even say were. Like, it's past tense. I still have the calls. Then gap fill below. If we reject, probably. There's a decent chance of getting one. There's not a lot of support on SPX. Especially not below, like if we lose 50 or 45, gets a bit dumpy. Is that not update? This one. Okay. Interesting. No, frankly, like the upside's not super squeezy. Bulls really needed to get it to 57.50 this morning to get some stability, but then like above 57.50, there's not a lot of delta on the chain. So they're probably going to need to reposition here or something. When does Trump speak today? No idea. Speaking with the Louisiana governor at 2 o'clock. And then at Greek independence celebration at 3. A busy day for Trump. It'd be a shame if that was too much for him to physically handle. Is there like a bet thing for like Trump's Mitch McConnell moment? Make one on Polymarket? I'm not gonna be the guy that makes that. I do remember the last guy. Biden's Mitch McConnell moment was very unfortunately the debate. When did GME run to 30? Listen, I said it was bullish already. Stop whining. I said it was bullish when it was at like 21. It's at 25 now. If you haven't made money already, get fucked. It doesn't make any sense, Balani. Like I told everybody yesterday, Tesla looked bullish as fuck. And all of the retail shorters are gonna get burned. And yet I don't see everybody celebrating their massive Tesla gains this morning. Well, except NW. Did you get your Tesla calls this morning? Yeah. I did not get them last week at all. What SVX calls? Thanks, Squawk. I can't play Tesla. It's too akin to going back to my baby mama. Alright, man. It doesn't matter what Tesla should be or shouldn't be. Everyone went long puts at the fucking bottom. So the only inevitable outcome was that retail would get burned, which is what's happening today. Ooh, did I miss the 275 test? Almost. Okay, that's fine. No long negative 3x Tesla share ETF. It's totally different. When Commerce Secretary pumps a single ticker on live TV, you have to expect some crime pumpies. Come on, guys. Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing that we should all have learned about the market by now, it's that crime and fraudulent behavior have the best forward returns. And that includes conflict of interests among elected officials, i.e. Carvana. Yeah, Carvana, Tesla now. SMCI. No, there's no crime on GME. That's why the returns suck. Yeah, the LMT Boeing pair trade from yesterday is doing quite well also. You think this rally has legs? Yeah. There's data this week that can sweep that, but JPY gooning? You mean tanking against the dollar? I said the market was honest, hardworking, and even pulled itself up with its own bootstraps. You're telling me there's crime and cronyism? I'm in disbelief. It's about who you know, not what you know. Are you still thinking one more big leg down? Or is that hypothesis dead? I feel like for the last week I've been pretty big on like we're probably gonna get a bull rally or a bear rally. Um we'll see what happens after that. Also, JFR said the market was going to crash on Friday. So I feel like today is pretty inevitable. Greg, I have 4 windows open, and now I just don't know what I'm doing. Dude, are you long Tesla? No, should I be? You missed it. No. Really big resistance at 275. It'll probably blow right through it because it's Tesla, but risky entry. With our teachings, I made my first indicator. I call it P-Gen hedged SPX puts. Guess what it does? Pickle jar unhedged SPX puts. Guess what it does? Monitors Discord sentiment for the number of people freaked out by an upside move in the AM. It's a pretty good indicator of broad market realities. Low risk? What? You got rejected on 75 pretty hard. It is up to like almost 10% today. Crazy that I want to buy like a put here. If everyone had Gamma Strike, they would know we're not that bullish. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the upside's a little difficult. Ah, why did it log me out? Rude. Hmm. A bit more delta over the episode. Calls are coming down. Eggs and corn are an underrated combo. I'm gonna ignore that statement. It does not look like we're going to 5820. It doesn't look like we're going to above 5800 at all right now. Trump's popping off. God damn it. He's gonna ruin everything. Jamie's still at $25. Boeing's hitting hard resistance. Hard resistance on Boeing's up at like 200. It's running into some resistance. What did I put here? 5. Downside gap of 52. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, I think the market will continue to believe tariff threats until April 2nd. Why would Trump want Boeing to stop killing whistleblowers? I hope this Netflix weakness didn't hurt so bad. Oh no, it's fine. I'm in the shares at 875, so not too bad. How can we go now that 5750 is clear? I don't know. 75 is definitely open as an upside target today. Getting out above 75? Probably not until end of day. 57.95 is going to be pretty decent resistance probably. And we're still in a negative gamma environment, so any pullback could lead to like a pretty prolonged recovery period. I think we've run into a little bit of resistance here locally. I'm not sure if we're gonna break up or not, but we're definitely at resistance right now. And there's a gap to the downside at 52 that we left on SPX. That might fill. Vol's still coming down pretty sharply though. Got some sold calls above us, 65 all the way out to like 5,800. Some sold calls below us. There's some bot puts coming in at spot at 60 and 55. Sold put supports back at 57.20. So yeah, I mean, there's a chance that this could reject and pull back. I'd say that there's enough momentum that at some point today we're probably going to squeeze out more of the sold calls to the upside of 50, but not necessarily right now. I'd like to kind of see us pull back to the delta float maybe, and then reposition from there. Bulls could try to reposition here. It's just more dangerous. Some more bot calls came in the money, or bot puts 75 and 80 just now. Like 500 of them. Where's Ivy low on GME before earnings? It's a good question. I don't think it's that low. Ivy 10's pretty elevated. 98. Ivy 30 is not very elevated, but that's probably because Vol's being shorted further out. Whereas monthly GN didn't move much after the big expiration. No, it didn't. Some of that probably has to do with the fact that there's so much delta at the 55.65, and that doesn't expire till end of the month. But DN's not, like, DN doesn't generally move a lot. It can move more than normal some days, but generally most of the sensitivity there is going to be in, like, gamma max or gamma neutral. I think those are far more sensitive. But it's also what makes delta neutral so important. Yeah, collar's still very much down there. GME broke out. Hmm. I hope buying a put here wasn't stupid. Feels a little stupid. Is it not updated? Hmm. How many week was when you looked at dev data and said, this looks good? Oh. Okay, maybe buying a put wasn't stupid. Nice. Thoughts? NVIDIA? Big resistance at 120. I'm not really sure 121's substantially above it for a breakout, but it's a start. So I think I could get like sucked back into this. Well, I guess it's maybe it's not that supportive, but let me say I wouldn't say that a breakout here has a lot of significance just yet. Bullish. I mean, probably going to turn around with the rest of the index if dispersion keeps getting pushed. Nvidia is going to be a beneficiary of that, but um, not sure it's. I mean, Tesla looked like the most bullish out of the Mag 7 by like a long shot. Nvidia's like doing okay today. Definitely not performing to the same degree. Apple looks kind of good too. If it can get above 220. Putting a lot of pressure on the 60 resistance. Still mostly bot puts, sold calls at spot. There's a little bit of support at 57.50, but they're all sold calls. And it's not a ton of support. If we lost 50, Probably slide to like 30 or 20, 30 or 20. Yeah, which I guess would be about the gamma flip. Sixty test. Tesla pulled back to support at 70. A little bit of squeezies on the upside here. Dealer's a seller at 62. Hmm. Yeah, it can just keep going up. There's plenty of buy pressure. There's still resistance, but it's there's definitely a lot of pressure. Alright. There's the dealer solo. See if we get profit taking anywhere. I don't think we've gotten very much profit taking at all, to be honest. But there's not a lot of bot calls, so given how low premiums are for the day, I would say that most of what we're seeing come in is on the future side. U.S. Treasury Secretary Bassat, Senior Advisor Hassett, and Senate Republican Leader Thune, U.S. House Speaker Johnson are to meet Tuesday on the tax bill. Any country that buys oil or gas from Venezuela will pay a 25% tariff to the U.S. effective April 2nd. The U.S. is putting secondary tariff on the country of Venezuela. OPEC Plus is set to proceed with plans for next monthly oil output hike in May. Hyundai to announce $20 billion investment. I'm assuming in U.S. manufacturing. Fitch came out and said higher U.S. tariffs to challenge growth of corporate sectors globally. Trump administration asked the U.S. Supreme Court to block a judicial order to rehire thousands of fired federal workers. U.S. judge denied Trump's administration's request. They set aside a temporary block on deportations under the Alien Enemies Act. Hmm. The mic sounds gravelly. Has a slight echo. I don't know. Big data this week. There's a bit of stuff. We have, well, PMIs are passed now. Those are pretty important. What else do we have coming out this week? We got, new home sales, the home price index, durable goods, GDP, PCE. Most of it's weighted into the back half of the week, though. So if we're going to get any negativity, it'll probably be following durable goods. If durable goods is hot, that's going to be tricky for inflation expectations. More 65 sold calls coming in. Yeah. Not just 65. Like 70, 75, 80, 85. Looks like more came in at 90 also. Some at 65 though. There's also sold calls at spot at 60. I think a lot of this is being driven by zero DTs though. I should probably be looking end of quarter as well as today. There's a synthetic short at 57.50 into the end of the quarter. We have some sold puts building up at 20 and 30 that are a little bit further dated. There's bot puts at 75, 5,800, 50, and then down at like 10 and 56.75. So yeah, this range still has a lot of resistance. And on the zero DTs, we're getting a few bot puts like around spot right now, which is gonna weigh down on the price action a bit. Yeah, I mean, there's really only two downside supports from here. There's like 57.50 and 57.20. Everything else is kind of thin. Profit taking is pretty persistent. It's just there's not a lot of options interest. Damn, IWM's ripping. IWM back to 215. Hmm. Futures volume is petering out a little bit here. So some more consolidation. Hmm. Someone's gooning that carry leverage. Yep, super hard. Mm. Are we going to see a pullback at all today? Maybe not. No, maybe not right now. The buy pressure on the support is pretty persistent. It's just not very strong. So there's a lot of demand at the 65 strike. I guess if that gets nuked, then we'd maybe pull back a little bit, but probably not a lot. None of this really gets bearish unless we slip 50 anyway. So calls bot puts above aren't going to be pushing this down too much. I mean, there's bot puts not just above us, but at spot also. It's definitely making it harder for bulls to push it up or get a breakout. I don't know if there's enough of them to actually turn this around, though. Momentum is very, very much in the bulls' favor today, so. There's also an upside gap, which I think, we haven't quite closed. Closes at 57.70. So there's some incentive to keep trying to push here, despite the resistance. Hmm. A little bit of a rejection. $58 and $52 are both pretty important. There's still a gap down at 52. I would say this seems like the kind of situation where if we did get a big sell-off, or like a decent sell-off, it would recover very, very fast. If we get a sell-off at all, which is questionable. Yeah, no jammies up. Uh, Stinky. I'm hungry. This is fucking boring. Dear God, someone sell some calls or something. Vol's ticking up a tiny bit. Not enough to fucking matter, but a little bit. So might be getting some more profit taking here. It's so little. Some profit taking on sold puts. There aren't really any bot calls. Do you think that bad data this week can hamper the push up until April 2nd? Yes. I see they're leveraging the carry trade and people buying the dip as long as Trump doesn't stop the train. Yeah, but it only takes one offhand comment from him to rug pull the whole thing. back down to support, which is, you know, now a little bit further below us, but not that far. Like gamma, delta, all that shit's still negative here. So failures can still be really rough. And, you know, from what I've seen so far today, I don't see bulls building a ton of support. They built a little. It's not even at spot, though. It's at like 5720, a little bit at 5700. You know, it's not as strong as you'd want to see it. So this is like a bit of a recovery, but it's shaky. And you know, if you want to be like really bullish on it, at least wait for some kind of confirmation. And unfortunately, no, like a 1.5% move to the upside is not sufficient confirmation of a bounce. We're still deeply in baratory. Volatility is coming down a little, but it's not like it's like right back to 16 or anything. Would you straddle or strangle for JPM collar roll next Monday? I mean, I'll probably have a straddle. We could also see that roll a day early. We just broke the downside of the uptrend on SPX. Right here. There's still that gap at 52. That's what I'm kind of interested in. Is like gap fill at 52 and then see what happens. Because if that gap fails, we can pull back pretty hard. Like back to 40 or even 20, depending on vol. I think if we did pull back that hard, bulls are gonna come in. Bulls are gonna pump like crazy out of the dip, but um, could still get the dip. Like 55.50 aren't particularly strong supports here. Delta flips at 43, which would, I think, make for a pretty good retest. This looks like one of the only up bull days. Channel locked. Yeah, very persistent buy pressure on the downside. This is only notable because it's the first time we've broken through that uptrend today. It started at about, what, 10:10? It was also the first time bulls showed up in 84 years. Yeah, I'm not sure that they're showing up here. Like the performance here is all that impressive. It's okay. But I mean, 160 point upside move is not really that significant when you consider that we're still down, you know, fucking 6.33% from the all-time high. retested the trend and failed. That's a little more bearish. So that might open up the gap fill at 52. Need a lower low on the back of this, but looks weak. Not a lot of vol shorting coming in. NQ pullback would be like 23, maybe. I guess like 23.15. A little bit lower low. Yeah, we went over VOD yesterday for quite a bit. It was pretty interesting. Seems cheap. I haven't gotten to dig more into it. I had other things I had to look at last night, but it's down like 5% today. Is the market saved? Far from it. Still very far from it. Kind of surprised we haven't slipped quicker through this range. Gamma falls off kind of fast right here. 8.1 to 3.3. Volatility got trimmed back down a little bit. That might be call sellers coming in. What the fuck is supporting this? Just buying on the underlying, I guess. NQ. Maybe a little. Even NQ looks kind of like it's gonna fail. Boring. Bigger vol short. I'm gonna see more upside on Celsa today. I don't know. My local target was like 75. If it fails 60, that's not good at all. I can pull back pretty hard. Or fail 70, rather. I can pull back all the way back to like 250. Although, I feel like maybe support in like the 255 to 261 range would be a little bit more bullish over the rest of the week. It's the worst market crash I've ever seen. Take it up with J-Fresh. I said we were going to go up today. I emailed him. No response. I'm 2 minutes into gooning and I'm 3 upticks behind. Why do you have quants who are always wrong? Well, they're not there to predict the market. They're not analysts. He's not always wrong. He was right about the end of year close. Jeffers just shows his feelings and mood. It's true. I mean, most of what Jay Fresh was discussing is that today was decisive, and it was. It was just decisive in the other direction. There was definitely a potential that bulls did not come in to support price action in the AM. And if they had failed to do that, they could have gotten squeezed out of the support that they built. I think it's all going to take a bit longer, but I was also just kind of exhausted from being bearish, so it seemed like a good time to be to be bullish. For a little bit. I mean, bulls fought to get support for 2 straight weeks. It's not surprising that we've gotten a little bit of a bounce. It's still not like a big bounce. Where did the trillions in losses go? We got, I mean, well, to other people, other entities. That's what happens. Zero sum. How does the TQQQ indicator look? Did we miss the call window? No, it still hasn't crossed over onto the bull signal, but it's getting closer to it. God. The world's slowest fucking failure. Nice little spike and fall here, though. I bought TQQQ calls last week. I have 65, 70, 75s. No, 72 50s. There's 72 50s. It's you. Those might not have been wise. Why did I buy those? Hmm. Oh my fucking god. The neckline for the Head and Shoulders is like 57, 50, 30 something. I just want to fill the fucking gap so I can close this stupid put I bought. I knew it was a stupid put. It's just bleeding. It's taking forever. Are we bearish or bullish? What time frame? Do you associate Nemis with an SPX price shot? I'd like the price of SPX to take a big shit, but it's probably not going to. Weekly? No, pretty well bullish into the middle of this week, I think, at least. Then, then we have a bunch of data. I think GSX SPX live spot updates faster than Fidelity ATP. Probably. Like the like this version probably does. It's like on par with like WeBull and IBKR. Yeah, pretty close. It's fast. The shit Newt built here is kind of nuts. I know it seems so. It seems like like not a big fucking deal at all, but it's actually huge. Horseshit? Is that praise? Yes, it is. I really hope this fails. No, don't bounce again. What the fuck? If only you could execute orders. Yeah, we got a long way to go. Stupid bullish consolidation. Okay, well, that was a nice rejection off of the 58 test initially. Does it involve an ISDA? What? Opening a brokerage? No. But you need an ISDA to trade, like, OTC derivatives. So it definitely makes running a brokerage significantly easier. Dinga's saying you're spitting facts. We doing more choppies here, 50, 60. Yeah. I mean, so far, that's what's been going. We just rejected pretty hard off of the breakout test, so maybe we bleed a little lower. Bulls just keep coming in to try to support it, which means that, like, whatever downside we extract from this, which so far has been kind of garbage, will probably continue to be kind of garbage. Sell GS data to the hedgies one day. So why they use Apex on the back end to handle their clearing? It's a reason. My top played song of last month was Make White. What are your levels for Tesla? 70 is kind of interesting. Loss of 70 probably pulls back to 6250. Um, like 55 is kind of important. All I really expected out of today was the 75 test, which seemed pretty obvious yesterday. Because that's kind of where all the interest was concentrated to the upside. Like if you look at Gamma, like 72, 75 right here, and then there's just jack shit above it. So, on a pullback, there's going to be support here. But if 70's lost, maybe back down to like 65 or 60. I don't know how much profit's going to be taken there, but there's decent support from Delta, like all the way down to 35. There's a bunch at 50. It's just that the upside gets like above 75, it gets kind of squeezy, and that'll be hard to push out because that's going to be like mostly calls. So you gotta squeeze sold calls off to the upside of that. Oh my fucking god. Just fail already. I'd really like to see NQ pull back to like 2312 or like 2273. Oh, well, now we broke up above the trend. Let's see if we fail again. Same high. Still getting profit taking out of below spot. A fall off in gamma to the downside is getting a bit steeper. It's just really like the erosion of it is very, very slow. Bounce back to 60 would fucking suck. Shake off the puts yet? No. Support at 50 is kind of breaking down a little. Still bot puts at 60, 55, 50. Seems like short calls closing is driving the bounces though. So maybe the bears are a little skittish. I hedged today with $100 out of the money put. Does that make me a hedgy? Does it make you feel like one? That's what's important. Tesla all done. Shorts on Tesla over 70. No, just resistance at 75. Short calls, not really shorts, just short calls to the upside. Resistance, so just big resistance. We aren't going to fill the gap today. Like the downside gap? Probably not. That seems very unlikely, given where we opened. Although, who the fuck knows what Trump's gonna say later? Seems like the market doesn't want to do much till he speaks. I think we have some auctions, like six and no, the 6 and the 3 month are over, right? Do we have a 1 o'clock auction? No, not today. Have you looked at Macy's recently? No. Not for a long time. It's very cheap, or at least relative to what its prior valuations were. It's pretty cheap. Looks like their margins improved a lot last quarter. Decent trajectory. Dividend still looks pretty nice. It's getting paid out. I don't really see any problem with them. Seasonally, the rest of the year is not great for them. I mean, better than a lot of other retail sectors, but still rough. They seem to be surviving. So far, they haven't had to take a buyout to do that. They still have a massive amount of real estate holdings that have a lot of value. Today's bounce fueled by OPEC's delta falling off, plus the 100th mention of no tariffs, while tariffs are set to happen next week. Yep. I think more than anything, just the charm, like the downward pressure from charm just not being there anymore, drove a lot of this. Because it doesn't look like anything else did. Still a lower high. Yes, it's kind of still looks like it's struggling to stay above 5806. Not the greatest breakout. Although we did get some support at 5806. I guess we have a slightly higher high on EOS than earlier this morning. Oh, this is fucking terrible. Do we have an issue? JFresh is saying nice things in the Discord. What did he say? I think he's been abducted by Kenny. Maybe. That's just because he hasn't tried to implement anything using the data yet, and then the second that goes wrong, he'll be pissy again. back into resistance. Jesus Christ, this is all so choppy. Isn't any shortfall anywhere? Yeah, the one he puts closed at 60. Still bought puts at 70, 75. Looks like they sold some of the 65 put there too. Not entirely sure that makes a big difference. Puts are toast. I think they're fine. Honestly, this is looking more and more like everything is toast. Calls and puts. It's amazing how much Tesla is pumping with news. BYD is surging in China. Tesla's just pumping on a... I mean, it's literally just like profit taking after dropping 50 fucking percent. It's not like Tesla started selling more cars or making more money or, well, really doing anything, actually. But for now, that's irrelevant. I wrote another covered call on Tesla this morning. I'm hoping this rally doesn't have real legs. It's got some legs. I'd be careful unless you wrote your covered call above 300. Trump speaks at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock, I believe. I think QQQM is just like a smaller version of QQQ. It's supposed to be like less volatility exposed, and it's market cap weighted. So it's kind of like RSP in that way. There's usually like an analog for all the SPX products on NASDAQ 100. QQQM's one of those. Call credit spread, yeah, 305, 310. Alright. I think if this bounce persists, CTAs are going to squeeze the R2K. Data Gang's loving this. Not on the call side, they're not. But yeah, the sold puts for most of the early part of the day, the sold puts are in a pretty good spot. Tim saw the action today. This looks like mid-J chop we experienced last week too. Yeah, not too dissimilar. A little bit discouraging that this hasn't risen more, given the out of the money positioning on the 0DTE. I'm surprised they haven't been able to squeeze off a significantly larger portion of the sold calls by now. They had the momentum to do it, and we still got hung up, which probably isn't a great sign, but the pressure's persistent enough that it's probably going to carry out for longer. Celsius, decent move up. TL2 dropping. Mm-hmm. Yep. I don't know if the bounce is going to continue into April, but Bulls are in a far more stable position here than they were down at like 5,600. But if you're in the market for a VIX hedge with like 6 months to a year of theta, what price would you be looking for to enter a call position? I don't know, at least sub 16. Lunar calls? Uh, Earnings were like okay. I don't know. It's already up 25%. Sure, there's all that much to gain there. I'd have to look at the options tomorrow probably after all the earnings positioning shakes off. 57.70, 75 seems not easy to get over. No, it's not. I mean, it's not even easy to climb up here because there's so much, like, gamma falls off so steeply to the downside. It actually makes it quite difficult to hold spot at these levels. Um, Which is one of the reasons things are so bullish, is that they've so far been able to do that. But that could fail. Like gamma falls off really sharply to the downside. From like spot down to 50. It's like a drop of like almost 10 billion. And that's going to get steeper and steeper as the day progresses. Okay, y'all. Hypothetically, if you had SPY puts that were $25 out of the money, but had 90 days of theta left, would you consider rolling them or holding them and see what happens in the next month? So you're $25 out of the money, and you have 90 days. Um, I doubt I would close them right away. I might hedge my upside risk a bit. But that would also depend on if you're like, did you just buy them or are you like underwater on them? I do DTE 5500 puts seems like a decent position, especially with everything coming up. Yeah, I don't despise it. But he said $25 out of the money, not not $250 out of the money, AJ. But you do you. So I feel like this rejection's not great for the Bulls. What's 200? Wait, did he say SPY? Oh, SPY puts that are $25 out of the money. Ugh. Okay, I mean it's not the worst. Did you buy them at the low or did you just buy them? That's the difference. Like if you bought them today, sure. If you bought them Friday, ouch. If you believe that story about Trump starting to play with martial law beginning on 421 or so, you might hold. Why is there a specific date for Trump playing around with martial law? He's already trying it. I don't think we have to wait that long. He signed a 90-day executive order for a study on how best to do it on Jan 21. Let's hope those researchers don't have aligned interests. That would be bad for the treasury market. The researchers are his crazy cabinet. Oh, okay, so we don't have to worry about anything. Thank God. Does Pete know how to? Does Hegseth? What's Hegseth's like educational background? Because I'm pretty sure Tulsi Gabbard was like a high school dropout. A little ouch. Okay. Well, I mean, you could always, if you're gonna hold them, you probably need some kind of upside hedge. That's just kind of the way that works. Masters in public policy for Hegseth. So he's a political science major. The president have any fucking lawyers in his cabinet? Dropped out of community college. Yeah, all right, same shit. High school, community college. There's no. You think? Do you think there's a difference between those two? People too often confuse education and intelligence. I don't think you're going to get an effective research report out of somebody who dropped out of community college. It's just training. No, I think philosophers are a waste of time and space. Like economists. Bruh. I went to community college at first because I was poor too, Nick. Ooh, I like this. Could we sell off a bit harder? Who said something? Trump, the CHIPS Act was a disaster. Yeah, there you go. Fuck the market. He's back. He's not even wrong. Why would we give money to AI? It's clearly the most successful business that has ever been thought up. We'll be announcing cars and pharma, be announcing tariffs on autos, aluminum, and pharmaceuticals in the very near future. Investment numbers are beyond expectations. Companies are all coming back to the US. China tells Qualcomm that its big market has the potential to help the company grow. That's nice. You know, for a man whose penis has been verified in court as being so tiny, he can fuck the market pretty hard. Tariffs on pharmaceuticals, wonderful. Did you miss the whole Ireland talk? Do you know how long it takes to bring a domestic pharmaceutical plant online? 3 to 5 years. Provided you can source the labor. What? I didn't testify that he had a small penis in court. Just. But you're thinking too deep. Proof that it's all how you use it. Yeah, either that or just really great evidence that it leads to tiny, fragile egos. I'm sorry that you have firsthand experience, Lawrence. Left a little gap to the upside at 55 here. Looks like they just shorted the fuck out of vol again. Ooh, bulls don't want to give up their little support here, do they? They're fighting for this shit tooth and nail. Trump's not going to stop talking, though. They just think he will. Lutnick reiterates April 2nd launch of External Revenue Service. Trump, tariffs will keep U.S. taxes low. What happened to non existent? He promised non existent taxes. This is fucking bullshit. Lying goddamn politicians. I spent an entire like 5 hours seeing if I could somehow trim my realized income to just 150K a year. Girk, you make over 150K. It doesn't have to be realized, Sahib. All right. I'm not a big fan of buying straddles or strangles at major resistance or support, which 5750 definitely is. Did we fail to close the upside gap? I think we did. Yeah. We needed to go like $10 higher. That's also not great. I hope this piece of shit sells off back to 20. Just toe ring leaps. Oh, gross. Use your SPX puts as collateral for DoorDash. I don't know. I haven't really explored the Klarna platform. Just 1031 exchange your gains. Duh. Hmm. Uh, keep kicking me. You don't need to hide who you are anymore. You get a tax cut for being rich that all of us poors pay for. I don't need to identify myself to do that. We promise many things, many beautiful things for lots of people. Some say the best things, the biggest and best thing. For some people, some say maybe Ukraine was very flat. Nice. $423 people like the stream. If you guys could, that'd be fantastic, I think. When are you showing us the bidet tutorial you promised us? I never promised a bidet tutorial. It's because I bought a 57.55 put. That's what I have. Is yours up? Mine's up a little tiny bit. No, we got a bot puts at 55.50 that came in. And some of the sold, yeah, some of the sold calls picked back up after Trump's announcement. So some bears coming in with that. So far there haven't been any more statements. So I guess we'll just have to see how this settles out. Pushes us down a little bit. So, but not down far enough that the bulls are destabilized in any significant way. We'll see. If bulls lose 50, it's not good. It's a pretty important support for them. If they lose 40, we're probably going to 20. I guess like 43, but 50's definitely an important one on the way down. That would also be a failure of 5806 on futures, which would be a failure to break out above the bear trend. Yeah, none of it particularly great. IV picks up pretty fast to the downside if 40's lost. Really fast, actually. Yeah, I still have my cat. I have the clip. I believe in my 5795s. Okay. How do you how do you anticipate the tariffs will impact sales and pricing of Frito-Lay brand bean dip? Does it contain any actual beans? How is it not on stream all the time? Because he lives under my couch and he basically never leaves it. $52. I just want to go down there and give that Delta flip a little tippy tappy. Just tap it. It's 50, 57, 55 is not looking too bad now, huh, Cobra? I'm much happier now. They're only $5. Fucking, they're actually kind of crushing it. I got stopped out. Huh. That was a big fucking drop. I'll just buy them back. Yeah, maybe I'll wait. Pick up the 45. Hmm. No, that was good. I just sold the 55. I might, I don't know. If we lose 50, I might pick up the 40. But I'm kind of hungry. I want some lunch. Yeah, I'm gonna make some lunch. I'll be back. Buy the 55 call? I don't want that. Not right now. Wait, is this right? Is really nothing fucking happened? Or did the data freeze? Yeah, still nothing. This isn't exactly bullish consolidation. Popcorn said he bought calls, so we're all fucked. Hmm. I made some like tiny little pizzas with some extra dough I had in the fridge. The connection keeps getting terminated. Hmm. Absolutely. The Trump admin accidentally adds the editor of The Atlantic to a signal group. Then Pete Hegseth sends him details of U.S. strikes on Yemen hours ahead of time. Jesus Christ. Wait, can I get added to that fucking group? Someone give me an invite. My cat knocked my TV over again. Is that news public already? Apparently. I mean, how would it not be? It's literally an editor for a newspaper. That dude should have just stayed in there and streamed it. The revenues from the live stream of that signal chat could have kept the Atlantic black on their books for the next 20 years. Give it 15 minutes for this was a test, and the editor of the Atlantic failed. Our government's run by fucking children. Somewhere there's a cybersecurity auditor just rolling over at the idea that our government is using Signal for its highest level intelligence communications. You're that guy that added to the Signal group just accepted a job at Boeing. That's not true. Hegseth went to Princeton and Harvard while being an alcoholic. What's the big deal, man? You know, throw back a handle of whiskey and get kicked out of the TGIF. Requesting their recipe for Jack Daniel's sauce with Pony blasting in the background. I'm not the second. I'm not the sec def. Well, you could be, yeah, given that the qualifications are non-existent now. Oh, nice. Wait, is it patched? Not yet. Is your tax guy charge you over or under $500 to do your taxes? Way over. But I also didn't pay him to do my taxes for 10 years. So where's Jimmy Dub? First downside confirmation, not until sub 45. Yeah, I guess the gamma flip, but I think 40 is more important. I'm kind of glad I stopped out of my puts before, because they're still the same fucking price. It's not a downtrend, it's just 80 minutes of bullish consolidation. Actually, that is accurate. But there is a more important aspect to it, which we should talk about, and that's this. That breakout has failed. The bulls were so strong and virile all the way up to right here. I mean, from a technical analysis perspective, all that changes here is that happens. Does that signify anything? Yeah, SPY had its dividend last week, and it's also during its like rebalancing period. So you tend to get a lot more arb between the two during like end of quarter. They can just unfail in the overnight session. Yeah, as long as we don't lose like 57-22 ish or 76. Actually, any of those would be pretty bad. No problem. I could help. I could buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, buy some calls for hours, hold them to zero, diamond hands. So yes, it was bearish consolidation, bull flag, then it broke down. Now it's a bear flag, and we broke out of it to the upside a little bit and failed. Like the market does not look super bullish on ES out at like the 1 hour. I know everyone's really horny for the bulls, but this is like kind of shit. Back up here, maybe I'd be a little bit more confident that we were going to turn around. Like 6,000 ES. That's still so far away. JFresh's market crash might still be possible this week. Mm, no, probably not. Oh, it will be interesting to see how things reposition, though. We're gonna make a diamond bottom? Hmm, could. That would be super bearish for end of month, though. Yeah, textbook. It is. Textbook bear flag. I can't believe we slipped off of the sold calls so easily. I also kind of can't believe we're not just going down from here. Bulls are holding on to fucking 57.50 with everything they've got right now. Which is weird, because there's some, like, okay support at 30. I don't know why they wouldn't want the pullback at this point. Maybe it's like the synthetic short at 57.50 they don't want to fall under. Draw what? A diamond bottom? That would be like... Well, presuming this is the high, which it probably isn't, but that would be like... He's manifesting it. It's way too early to tell. What cutting board do you use? I have a bunch of them. My favorite one is like a walnut end grain one that a friend of mine made. I have like a bunch of like booze blocks. It's up to you, California. Pizza is best. Mm. Big booms coming. Confirmed via voice. A flight of 3 likely U.S. Air Force B-2 Spirits are westbound across the Pacific. Flight ID'd as pitch 1113. Big booms where? What the fuck are we booming? Kind of the wrong way. Why would the fuck... I don't know. I'd wait till we can confirm on the on Hegseth's signal channel. I'm hitting Mongolia. Riveting at long last. I feel like Mongolia has great stews. I want like Mongolian stew. Huh. I would be completely honest with you, Squamps. I'm not sure what a Mongolian stew would consist of, but I feel like it wouldn't be good. Apparently, one of their most common dishes is sort of a stew. Hmm. Boudog is made with goat or marmot. They also have this dish where they just keep like a boiling pot in their home, and they just throw meat in it. Wouldn't Vol under 40, under 40, 45, 40. Think a New York hot dog vendor? Exactly. Mhm. Boodog is made with goat or marmot. Huh. I sent you a meme. Perfect. Fostering the jealousy here is gonna be JFresh's new favorite thing. Did they catch the knife? Not really. No. Hey, if grilled marmot is what it takes to be the largest land empire of its time, well, hold on. What if? Hear me out. What if the grilled marmot was the motivation, but not in a positive way? The Japan carry trade's getting beefed pretty hard right now. Dark is the sun that JFresh never wanted. JFresh knew what he was getting into. Trump's speaking in 16 minutes. If he cancels tariffs, he won't. Doesn't say anything bearish, he will. And sticks to the facts, he can't. Where do you see us going? What if we just trade? How about this? What if we just trade between the put collar and 57.50 for the next 3 weeks? I just saw that Kurtz has an opening. It might be a really good opportunity. Go from one shutdown company to another. Is it work from home? Oh shit. How's the pay? They might just go private with all their massive debt. Does it come with stock compensation? That's not bad. Because I would try to negotiate out of the, the stock comp. Unless you're going to vest before the short squeeze. No, I'm kidding. That's not a real thing. Don't take stock comp. Yeah, I saw VOD had a big drop today. Looks like they bought back a bunch of shares and added them to their treasury. I'm very familiar with Zim. What about it? The dividend's not as good as it looks. No, I'm not a fan. We're in the middle of a global trade war, and they're like a shitty Israeli shipping company that doesn't own any of their fleet. Is Wall Street Bets pumping that garbage again? Yeah, someone is. Twitter, who the fuck knows? There's always somebody pumping Zim or trying to. I find it's always people that don't understand how dividends from Israel work, and they think they've like found a way to make all of their followers rich. Oh look, it's down 13% on the day. It's not 50%. You have to pay Israeli and US taxes on it. You get 50% of the total dividend. But what's more important is you get to buy into a company whose 3-year returns are negative. It says it's down 13%. Look. See? 13.52%. How the fuck is it? What do you mean green on the day? Are you retarded? No, don't answer that. I already know the answer. It closed Friday at $17. Yeah, my my Ultra Bond short's printing like crazy right now. It's awesome. Wait, who was it that wanted to bet TLT was gonna go up? Was that Poopy? Well, WeBull's wrong. Probably. Wait, why does WeBull have a different closing price? It has different, like, everything for Friday, for Zim. What the fuck? It shows like completely different price action than what's on TradingView. That's fucking weird. Oh, I wonder if like there's a pricing adjustment for the special dividend. Mm, that would be odd. You weren't lying that 275 is a fortress for Tesla. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit tough for it. Is this a Webull notification? Hmm. Yeah, I wonder what the fuck's going on there. Webull must have made some sort of price adjustment. What, a day or two on Tesla? It'll break it. Yeah, or bears will just sell even more calls above 275 and then it'll go back down again. The upside at 275 does not look particularly good for Tesla. Is this gonna Gamma Goon like Friday again? Probably not. Well, maybe if we dump first. I'd feel better about that if we drop to like 57.40 or something before pushing up. Why do you always have to tell the truth and ruin our fun? Oh, it brings me great joy. It's like probably one of my favorite things. I don't always ruin all the fun by telling the truth. Sometimes it's the cause of fun. Does anybody else long Carvana? You don't get to choose your own truth, Meg. I'm willing to short it and root, but waiting for the top. I'll let you know when I close my calls. He's senile, AJ. I wouldn't short any of them, either of them right now. They're both running. Does SPX look like it's setting up for a move up or down? How would you TA this? It was bullish consolidation that broke out and failed. If you got to longer time frames, it's still just bullish consolidation. When the dog bites, when the bee stings. Were we doing Sound of Music? Yeah, Root's up to like almost $200. Remember when I told you guys it was gonna moon when it was at $40? And then it went to like $120, and I was like, no, it's gonna keep going up. It's doing that. Imagine all of the revenues, gross revenues from Carvana getting pumped into other companies. It wasn't 12 hours. It was like a few weeks later. I laid out the Ponzi scheme very clearly. What's your PT for your UB short? 10-year back to 450 or 4.5? I don't know. I was thinking UB back to like 117. Which I guess would be about the 10-year at 1.5. Or 4.5 rather. Close, yeah. Depending on what Trump does over the next couple of months, though, maybe just the 10-year to 5 or 10. What's your next 10x move? I don't know. Ooh, Netflix is up on the day. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna sell that shit. Hey, Dork, can I hire you for whatever the amount of losses you offset to make sure that all my calls are closed on Friday? Sometimes you'll mention Brute as an offhand thing, and then spend 30 minutes memeing on Hertz. It makes it tricky. I don't see how. I don't know how to quantify that, and also, what if that's a negative number? Well, then, no harm, no foul, right? I mean, I'm not going to charge you for the privilege. God damn. I got assigned on like 10 fucking Netflix calls last week because I forgot to close them. So I got to wake up Saturday morning to a notification from my broker that I had $875,000 in margin debt. There was a distinct fear that JFresh would be right. What did you do? Well, I just put in an order to sell the shares right now. I got assigned on the shares at 875 because I forgot to close the calls. But if the market had crashed, I would have gotten fucked. Well, actually, the broker would have gotten fucked because I don't have that much money in that account. That's bad. It's fine. I picked up like an extra percent today. Thoughts on meta? Are my 417, 665, 670 still going to give me a chance to get out with half the premium? Wait, what? Are you long them or something? Was it like a debit spread? Why do you have a $5 debit spread? $60 out of the money. Continuation here or 40? I don't know. Let's see what happens on the retest of the gamma flip. There's plenty of negative gamma to the downside, so it shouldn't be hard for us to slide further. Little pre-presidential selling. Yeah. Wait, is he not talking yet? Someone send me a link. Where's he? Where's he speaking? Trump and Louisiana governor speak.
Announced. In some cases, they literally they announced,
it's live.
But they actually started before the announcement, as you know, because some are already building. This is going to kick in. I think it's going to be amazing. So they're looking at, based on numbers that I was looking at 6 months ago, 7 months ago. I was very concerned about the economy. We're going to have something that's like nobody's ever seen before. We have numbers, and we have job generation that I don't think we've ever seen before. See how it works out, but I think the economy is going to go through the roof.
Okay. Mr. President,
Yeah,
also,
please.
sir, about Ukraine, in an interview with Time Magazine published this morning, President Zelensky said he believes that some members of your team have been influenced by Russian information. Those were his words. What do you have to say to that?
Well, probably they have been influenced to get this thing settled, because Ukraine wants to see it settled. I think they have to have it settled, and Russia wants to see it settled. And I think if I weren't president, this would never happen. Marco's doing a great job, and Steve Witkoff has been incredible. Michael Waltz. We have a great group of people working on it, and that takes a good part of their day, settling something that really, well, it affects us monetarily because we've given so much money, and we're getting that done. In fact, Scott has told me that the agreement on rare earths is just about completed. They'll sign it shortly. So it's, as
This
you know,
is
Europe
old?
is in for a very small fraction of what
It
we're
says
in
324.
for. It affects them much more than it affects us. Again, they are in as a loan, which nobody knew until I came along. Europe is giving the money to Ukraine as a loan. We were just pouring money into Ukraine. It was a very unfair situation. So we made a deal on rare earths. But most importantly, we want to stop the killing that's going on. 2,500 on average, mostly soldiers, a week are being killed. And they're Russian and they're Ukrainian. And if we can stop it, that's a very important thing to me on a human basis. Okay, anybody else?
Maybe it is.
The rare earths deal.
Hold on. There's a White House one just went up, so maybe this will be. Hold on one sec. Do we think Trump actually knows what rare earth is? No. No. I don't think anybody in the current administration understands. They know it's worth money. They're excited about that. No, the other one was live. It was just like a live delayed recording. Oh shit. Oh fuck yeah. Nice. That's the good stuff, Nick. Hmm. I'm that curious. Hmm. We're selling some puts at 40 and 45 here, but I wonder if they're risking blowing themselves up trying to bounce this. I don't understand how stocks work. What's the part that's confusing for you? You said some people are saying that the US should own the big nuclear power plant in Ukraine. Chernobyl? Dude, if Zelensky can sell Trump Chernobyl, that'd be amazing. I know. But I meant what I said. You type some numbers into a magic window and then you own them, and then you can sell them in the magic window. They go up, they go down, they do the hokey pokey. Okay, yeah, it seems like you've already got it figured out. Irradiated Earths. Yeah. What does my stock grant me? Is it a membership club? Is it like Costco? It makes you a citizen of a tiny corporate country. And depending on the stock, sometimes that comes with the right to vote. Like a landowner of your. And if that company gets better, the value of the thing that you bought goes up because other people then also want it. Trump and Louisiana governor. It must be a victory lap on state education standards. Probably. Uh-oh, Gork's been reading Yarvin. Sometimes when a business does worse, the price improves. Yeah, or they commit crimes, financial crimes. Then the business price improves a lot, and then it disappears. Looks like I missed nothing. You missed that Hegseth invited the Atlantic, the editor of the editor-in-chief of the Atlantic, into his Signal group, where he then preemptively announced airstrikes on Yemen, to which the editor of the Atlantic was then privy. Really, what this boils down to is I want you to know that the highest levels of our government are chatting on Signal. The editor shouldn't have spoken up. No, he really shouldn't have. He should have just, I already said, he should have just live streamed that shit. Like his DOD Signal group? Yes. Oh, I don't even think it was DOD. I think it's just like the Trump cabinet. Clearly, it was on purpose. My sell order won't trigger on Fidelity, and it's trading above my limit. Did your limit get gapped? I'll have gross misappropriation of military intelligence for 500, Alex. Has America ever been in a worse situation with our government? I don't know. Grant was a complete alcoholic, and he did a better job. Jackson was pretty crazy. What was the 1860s? It doesn't count. Oh, in that case, the answer is no. That was back when men were hard. We're too soft now. You know, there's an entire erectile dysfunction industry that would disagree with you. I'm not hard AF. I would have loved to have been at Jackson's inauguration party. RFK isn't going to let them do commercials anymore, so... Wait, really? Back when PTSD didn't exist, and it was called having an episode, I don't even think they used that many syllables to describe it. So wait, there's gonna be no more pharmaceutical commercials where people are just like, they say the name of the drug and then they're on like a swing and grocery shopping and smiling, and then but they never tell you what the drug is for or does. Yeah, sometimes Broadway musicals. Don't forget Dancing with Their Partner. Yeah, but it's always in like a living room of like a New England coastal Cape Cod. Those are pharma commercials. Imagine having to tell Trump you accidentally put the Atlantic editor in the chat, and I bet he had a beautiful tantrum. JD was second guessing Trump in chat too. Jesus Christ, the pickle jar's fucking private Discord's more secure. Duffalomazepine saved my life. Side effects may include immediate death, cancer, anal leakage, vomiting blood, headaches, sudden stroke, and blindness. Don't forget the part where they're like, in rare cases. Don't forget to talk to your doctor if you have moderate to severe constaphylitis. I invited Hexoff to the pickle jar. Can you guess who he is? Walken? You know, death is already a side effect of life, Bob. So, I probably haven't. I usually hate Saturday Night Live. Bipolar Bear. I love when they're like, this treatment for depression may cause suicidal thoughts. Before I took Reviqua, I was just slightly depressed. Now I'm suicidal. Check TMs. It's worth watching. No, I'll check it out. Can this fail already? It looks like it's getting ready to make another leg down. Vol picks up really quickly, under 45, so if Bulls don't come in and support this year, it might be a little bit rough. I think the thing propping this up is no one's really selling out of tech right now. Did the yellow line get fixed? No, it still doesn't do anything. Number one, reason Big Pharma has commercials is they end up making a large chunk of media's ad revenue, and they can pull their funding if they're criticized. Yeah. Why is Gex broken? You know how games put out a beta environment before they release a patch? We should think about something similar, like an experimental platform. Wait, I thought we had that already. Are the beta users still not on the beta.gamma strike? It's not the same. You want like a whole. Oh. So we're gonna move the beta users to something else? Or we can push even shittier code. Okay, yeah. Let them opt into that environment. These features get more complex, they're gonna need more scrutiny. Yeah, I know, that's why we have beta testers. Don't worry about opting them, just slap them in there. That was part of being the beta. Or just let them log into either one, like prod or... Yeah. And they could lose money in two places at once. Exactly. Dude, I'm jazzed. This is working pretty good, man. I'm grinding sideways into close. Looks like we got a double bottom off of 43. Probably. Close somewhere between 45 and 60. I don't know. That's 30 minutes past showtime for Trump. Toyota did not earn $7 trillion in 2022. Oh.
Another big win for Louisiana.
Great speaker.
Mr. President. Nice to see you.
Hello, everybody. Okay, we have a beautiful announcement to make. It's very exciting. Money is pouring in, and we want to keep it that way. And I think that's what's going to happen. We have tremendous interest in our country, more than ever before. There's never been anything like it. We're almost at a $4 trillion level, and that's something that's never happened. And I think hopefully it's because of the election on November 5th, but it's also because of tariffs, I suspect, Governor. But I'm thrilled to welcome Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry, a friend of mine for a long time.
He looks like
And,
Pee Wee
to have
Herman
him
put
here at
on
the
like
White House,
a
and we thought this was going to
business
happen.
suit.
And I said, if you get it signed up, we'll do it at the White House, and you got it all done. I'm proud of you. Not surprised. Executive Chairman of Hyundai
$4
Motor
trillion
Group,
level for
Jung
what?
Sun.
That's how much it
Thank you
is
very much.
per
What a great honor.
per plate to run
Vice
the
Chairman
country.
Jay Chang. Jay, thank you. Hyundai Steel President Soo Gang Hyun. Thank you very much, President. That's big stuff. And former Ambassador Sung Kim. Thank you very much. Great honor to have all of you. Also, and these names are much less difficult for me, but I think we got them right. But this one we will definitely get right. Mike Johnson, our great speaker, and he's been doing a real job.
Does
Very nice.
yellow
It's
go
an
with
easy job,
blue?
isn't it?
Maybe he's like trying to support
Majority
Ukraine, but like with the
Leader
wrong shade of
Steve
blue,
Scalise. Steve,
like colorblind or
all right,
something.
Steve, I tell you, he went through a lot, and he's stronger than ever. Louisiana Speaker Philip Duvalier. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Senate President Cameron Henry, State Representative Ken Brass, State Senator Ennie Lambert, and Ascension Parish President Clint Cointment. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much. Great honor. Great to have you with us. Today we're delighted to report that Hyundai is announcing a major $5.8 billion investment in American manufacturing. In particular, Hyundai will be building a brand new steel plant in Louisiana, which will produce more than 2.7 million metric tons of steel a year, creating more than 1,400 jobs for American steelworkers. And then there'll be major expansion after that. This will be Hyundai's first ever steel mill in the United States, one of the largest companies in the world, by the way, supplying steel for its auto parts and auto plants in Alabama and Georgia, which will soon produce more than 1 million American-made cars every single year. The cars are coming into this country at levels never seen before. Get ready. This investment is a clear demonstration that tariffs very strongly work, and I hope other things also, but the tariffs are bringing them in at levels that have not been witnessed. Hyundai will be producing steel in America and making its cars in America, and as a result, they'll not have to pay any tariffs. You know, there are no tariffs if you make your product in America, so it's something that's why so many people are coming. As you know, we have from Taiwan, the biggest chip manufacturer in the world, is coming in with $200 billion, and we have a lot of people coming and plants coming and companies coming that never would have been here, never would have even thought about it. The new steel plant in Louisiana is part of an even larger $21 billion investment Hyundai will be making in the United States over the next couple of years. The company will also be massively increasing its auto manufacturing in Georgia and investing billions of dollars in advanced American technology companies. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask the executive chairman to say a few words, and it's a great honor to have Hyundai, a truly great company. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak here today, and thank you for the invitation. And congratulations on the remarkable start to your new term.
It's been good.
All right.
It's been great.
So Hyundai Motor entered the U.S. 1986. Since then, we have invested over $20 billion and now support more than 570,000 American jobs across all 15 Asian states. Today, I'm pleased to announce an additional $21 billion in a new investment over the next 4 years, our largest U.S. invest ever. A key part of this commitment is our $6 billion investment to strengthen the U.S. supply chain from steel and parts to automobiles. We are especially excited about Hyundai Steel's multi-billion investment in a new facility in Louisiana, which will create 1,300 American jobs and serve as the foundation for a more self-reliant and secure automotive supply chain in the U.S. To mark this milestone, we are honored to visit President Trump alongside Governor Landry and Speaker Johnson and Leader Scalise, deepening our partnership with the United States and reinforcing our shared vision for American industrial leadership. And this week, we are also proud to open our new $8 billion auto plant in Georgia. With this, our U.S. vehicle production will exceed 1 million units per year, as President mentioned. Our decision to invest in Savannah, Georgia, creating more than 8,500 American jobs, was initiated during my meeting with President Trump in Seoul in 2019.
That's right.
Yeah, and after that, 2020 in Davos, I mentioned about the new plant. So American Jobs was initiated during at the time. Now, as we proudly mark the completion of this transformative project, in coincides with the beginning of President Trump's second term, making this moment
Trump looks way
even
better
more
than he
special.
did. Also, not trying to sound racist,
Yeah.
but he looks
Furthermore,
way more
PG&G
Asian.
will purchase $3 billion worth of U.S. LNG to support America's energy industry and enhance our energy security. All of these efforts will accelerate the localization of our supply chain in the U.S., expand our operations, and grow our American workforce. With your leadership, Mr. President, Hyundai Motor Group is proud to be a stronger partner in America's industrial future. I'd like to personally invite you to visit one of our state-of-the-art manufacturing facility and see firsthand our commitment to the United States and our American workers.
Right.
So thank you to our American partners and employees and communities. We are really proud to stand with you and proud to build the future together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought maybe we have our great speaker, and we have two very good friends, Mike and Steve, and you come from a certain state that we're talking about right now that we love, and I've done very well there. I've always won by a lot. I love that state, so I was happy to hear about it. That's why I said, come on over. But Mike, would you and Steve like to say a few words, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. We're excited. It was mentioned earlier what a great start we've had to your second term, and we're just getting started. Everyone should know that. There'll be more of this because it's the policies that are bringing about the great growth, and it's about leadership. And we have a strong new leader back in the White House, and it makes a big difference because everybody around the world is seeing that, and everyone around the country is applauding it. We were on district work period last week, and Steve Scalise and I and our colleagues were traveling around the country doing campaign events, raising money, doing all the things that are necessary to ensure that we keep the House majority for the Republican Party. And I'll just tell you, I was in multiple states over the last week, and everywhere I went, Mr. President, people are excited. There's this great sense of relief, almost euphoria out there, because they know that America's back. This is the America First agenda. We're so grateful for these great friends with Hyundai to invest in Louisiana. We have extraordinary leadership on the state level.
They're going to build a
And
factory in
leadership makes a big
Louisiana?
difference. We're so grateful to be a part of this.
Where are they going to build the second
Great
factory
investment in
after the
Louisiana.
first one washes away?
Thank you so much. Steve?
Well, thank you again, Mr. President, for opening up the
Georgia.
White House to this great group. Governor Landry has brought the same kind of energy to the governor's mansion in Louisiana. That
It's like
President
that
Trump
Monty
has brought
Python skit
to
where
the
he's like,
nation
I built
in
a
the White
castle
House.
and it sank.
You know, some people marvel.
So I built another
at
castle
President
and it
Trump's
sank
stamina.
too. But
Over
the
weekend,
third one,
Saturday and Sunday, we spoke on the phone on some different legislative initiatives that we're working on.
people said I was
with
crazy to build a
Speaker Johnson
castle
to
in a
continue
swamp.
moving the agenda forward. Those very things that President Trump ran on, he's delivering for the American people. And this announcement by Hyundai is one more example of how that agenda that President Trump ran on to make America first again is working for the American people.
Oh
When
my
we talk about
God. Does the
1,300
South know
plus
that the cost
really
of
good
meth is
jobs
going to go up
in
relative to
Louisiana,
improved employment
those are all American
conditions?
workers. That's billions of investment coming in from Hyundai into the United States that would not have been here without President Trump's leadership. And I think people know that. They see it. It's been a long time coming, but we applaud the work that Hyundai is doing with Governor Landry to come to our state. But for President Trump, we're seeing this all across the nation, and we're just getting started. A lot more to come, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions, please? Yeah, please.
The size of the investment, partly because of tariffs. On April 2nd, the reciprocal tariffs will go into effect. Is it truly reciprocal? Are there some countries that might get a break or some sectors that might get a break?
Well, I may give a lot of countries breaks, but it's reciprocal, but we might be even nicer than that. You know, we've been very nice to a lot of countries for a long time, but I call it Liberation Day. April 2nd is Liberation Day But today, as you know, we
Alpine?
did something
No
with
idea.
respect to Venezuela. You heard about that. And that will be quite important. We'll be announcing some additional tariffs over the next few days.
Probably
having
because
to
we
do
said I
with,
may give a lot of countries
automobiles,
breaks on
cars,
tariffs,
and having also to do
and
a
our
little bit with
feed
lumber
is
down the
probably
road.
not live.
Lumber and chips. We're going to get all those chip companies coming back. They're already coming back without even doing it. So it's been very good. But we'll be announcing some others. But for the most part, April 2nd will be a big day. That'll be Reciprocal Day. And we'll be bringing some of the money back that's been taken from us. Let's be nice by using the word taken. I don't want to use a stronger word because these guys are professional politicians and they don't like to hear those words. I refuse to use the word stolen from us, but
You just used it. It's like he can't help himself. It's like a compulsion.
It happened. Well, the European Union lowered their tariffs.
like, I don't wanna
to
say it was
2.5%.
stolen.
We were only at 2.5% for cars, which is
But it was
very low.
stolen.
And as you probably heard, that European Union lowered their number from much higher than that, many, many times our surprise to 2.5%. So
It's like
that was good.
Tourette's.
But I don't know that I expect that. It's up to them. But we have reciprocal tariffs.
Mr. President, your reaction to the story in the Atlantic that said that some of your top cabinet officials and aides had been discussing very sensitive material through Signal and included an Atlantic reporter for that. What is your response to that? And are you going to take
I don't
any
know
action?
anything about it. I'm not a big fan of the Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
They were using Signal to coordinate on sensitive materials and
Having to do with what? Having to do with what? What were they talking about?
with the Houthis.
The Houthis? You mean the attack on the Houthis? Well, it couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very effective. I can tell you that. I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time. Anybody else?
This announcement on Monday, this announcement.
Someone's gonna get spanked.
A blueprint for you, for other automakers, to come to the United States to do what Hyundai was doing and investing so much in Louisiana and creating these new jobs.
Absolutely. It's a nice.
I
That's
heard
a
he
nice
can't
question
read.
from
I
you.
think I've ever seen
That's
him.
a
It makes you
shocking
think
question.
that
How
this
nice
is
it is.
untrue.
Huh? That's
Wait,
okay.
did you see
That's
that thing with the
a
British
question.
Prime
It's a good
Minister?
question, actually. Yeah.
Where he like
Sure.
handed him the
Hyundai's a
document and
great
he was like asking
Yeah,
him
we have
like
other
what
great
the
companies coming
like
in.
one
We
of the
have some
parts of
that
the
are
document
going to be
meant.
staying here and very much
And
expanding.
then he just like didn't
And
read
we
it.
have a tremendous interest in every business. I can't just say automobiles, but automobiles is a big one. And yeah, this is the beginning of a lot of things happening. We've had, as you know, Apple's announced a $500 billion investment, and other companies have announced 250, 300 billion. But we're well into the $3 and $4 trillion mark, which has never happened to our country before. What it really means is jobs. All we care about is jobs, right? We care about quality and quality of life and safety and security, but we care about jobs. And they're going to have we have a lot of people coming in.
Governor Landry, if I may, Governor Landry, I would
go
love to
ahead.
ask Governor Landry a question, if you
Go
don't
ahead.
mind. How did you convince Hyundai to come to your great state? How did you convince them to come to Louisiana?
It was easy. I told him we were going to have a great president this year, right? Look, I think that this is Americans seeing the America First policy in action, right? It's not just promises, it's about action. And not only and I appreciate their patience because all last year, many of these legislators, the Speaker and the Senate President, we worked on making Louisiana
God, he
as
sounds like
friendly for
Gambit.
business as the President is making America. We worked on public safety. We worked on educational reform, which the President's been working on. We worked on tax reform, historic tax reform. And what I can tell you is to echo what the President said, in Louisiana right now, I believe before the summer's over, we'll have $50 billion worth of construction projects going on in Louisiana. That is a record, Mr. President. It has never happened under any other president, under any other administration.
That's 'cause you live in
And
a
I can
swamp.
only look at the leadership that he has brought, not only to the White House, but to the world as well. And so to have these executives come here and say, hey, we want to invest in America, because for decades now, what Americans have seen is jobs being offshored rather than onshore. And today's announcement is exactly that.
I
This
could
is
do
a
the
message
stream in a
for
Louisiana
all America
accent.
that
And now
this
I
president
also really
and
want
their governors
to.
out there care about the American worker.
And I have to tell you that if you have any trouble getting permits, which you won't, come see me. I'll get them for you immediately. All right? But you're not going to have any trouble. You know, we had,
I reckon.
when I first got involved in this world of politics, when I went down to Louisiana, you know, the two big LNG plants, and they were stuck for 14 years. They tried to get permits, and these were $12 billion and I think $15 billion plants. And they were working on it for 14 years. In one case, I think 13 or 14
Has
in the other.
sanity returned?
And I was able to get them in less than a week. And I was shocked. And probably some consultant
Hyundai's
got
building
lot of money
a
for
factory
doing
in the
it, but
swamp
nobody spoke to
in
me
a
about
swamp
it,
for
other
$20
than
billion.
this gentleman at the time, he mentioned it, and he did. They were in very much different positions, but they wanted to see if we could break the logjam, and I got it done. In one case, I actually got it done in one day, and the other case, I didn't do as well. It took a full week. And they built, and they're up, and they're very successful now. That was a long time ago, but we got it done.
Market doesn't
immediately.
like log
You'll have no
jams.
trouble getting your permits, I guarantee. These people, you're dealing with the top of the line. Okay? But just in case, call me.
On the Venezuela tariffs that you announced earlier today, sir,
Yes.
you said it's 25%.
Don't worry about the permits for building your factory in a
If
swamp.
they buy their oil from
We'll
Venezuela,
bypass the
they
bureaucracy
have to
for
pay a
you.
25% tariff to do business with the United States.
Is that on top of existing tariffs? So, for example, China buys
Yes,
a lot of oil.
that would be on top of it for existing.
45%
That would
tariffs
mean,
on China
yep,
next week.
that's on top of existing tariffs, yes.
And so also next week, April 2nd, as you said, Liberation Day. Is that going to be sector tariffs as well as reciprocal tariffs?
It's going to be everything, yeah. It's going to be everything, but not all tariffs are included that day. For instance, we'll do some, as you know, we have already done steel and aluminum, and that's at a 25% level. And we are going to be doing automobiles, which you've known about for a long time. We'll be announcing that fairly soon, over the next few days probably. And then April 2nd comes, that'll be reciprocal tariffs. But we may take less than what they're charging because they've charged us so much, I don't think they could take it. In other words, they've charged us so much that I'm embarrassed to charge them what they've charged us. But it'll be substantial, and you'll be hearing about that on April 2nd. And it will be Liberation Day because we'll be taking in large amounts of money for our country, and that's lower taxes and all of the things that are good, and jobs, a lot of jobs.
What's your message to the big corporate clients of the big law firms that you've targeted with your executive orders? Do you want those big corporate clients to find new lawyers?
I just think that the law firms have to behave themselves, and we've proven that. We have others that want to make a settlement also. They, having to do with the election and other things, they behave very badly, very wrongly, and I appreciate the one, you know, these are the biggest firms, and they all came back realizing that they did wrong, and that's why they're doing this. So I just think they have to behave. We have to straighten out our country. We have to straighten out our elections. Our elections are very dishonest, very corrupt, and we have to straighten it out. And it's so easy to do it. And we should go to paper ballots. We should go to one-day voting. We should go to voter ID. And just one other thing, proof of a thing called citizenship in the United States. Wouldn't that be nice? How simple does that sound? Proof of citizenship, voter ID, one-day voting, and paper ballots. You know, paper ballots are very secure. They have watermark paper. It's very intricate stuff. It's very technologically advanced, even though it's paper. And you'd have
I'm not
trouble.
asleep.
You wouldn't have
Just
dishonest elections, and you'd have them all done by 10 o'clock in the evening. You know, France went to that, and not that I want to copy anybody, but many others have also, and they had 38 million votes, and it was all
won that
done at 10
extremely
o'clock.
dishonest and very corrupt election.
Nobody was complaining, and they had it backed up with paper, and it's so easy to do. The other thing you'd save.
I got elected, and
about,
our elections are bad
this
and
would cost
rigged.
you about
I mean, that's
8%
the
of what
like
the
most
research
logical thing he's ever
so the
said,
paper
though,
would be
right?
much less expensive. So if you're looking to save some money, that's a good way to save it. So it's a shame.
Like, even
that we've
he's
gone
still
through-
having a hard
we've gone
time
through a bad
believing he got
election,
elected.
Really bad election. The election was so bad, and think of it: you wouldn't have had the October 7th disaster with Israel. You wouldn't have had Russia and Ukraine, because that would have never happened. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had the type of withdrawal from Afghanistan that you witnessed, which was probably one of the primary reasons that Russia went into Ukraine. They saw that mess, how badly it was handled. They said, wow, this is a paper tiger that was handled by incompetent people. But that wouldn't have, we would have been out, but we would have kept Bagram, the big air base, which is 1 hour away from China where they make their nuclear weapons. Would have been nice to have it, but now, you know who has it now? China has it. And so an honest election, and we wouldn't have had inflation. You know, you had the record-setting inflation. We wouldn't have had inflation. I want to thank everybody for being here. I want to congratulate Hyundai, a great company, and we will do everything possible. And I will say you picked a fantastic state. You're really with tremendous people and tremendous leaders. And Speaker, I want to thank you for doing a great job. You and Steve, thank you very
sir.
much.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
it, Steve. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Now we're gonna use big American sheets of paper made from big American trees, harvested from former national parks. We're making paper great again, because the computers are confusing to use. You know, while we're at it, why don't we just get rid of the electorate entirely and have a direct democracy? We could just vote on our phones, and then print that out on paper and send it in. Slaps roof of swamp. You can make so much steel in this swamp. Would you trust a stock analyst named Hees Wakanov? Yes. Aren't you excited to hand in your options orders by paper to a dude in a wooden stand? That'd be amazing. It's just like paper trading. I wonder where, you know what I want to know, like during this whole Hyundai thing? Like, where's Elon hiding, and is he fuming? You know he is. He must be so angry right now. Spinning his spoons. What a fucking dork. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't lump him in with us. Uh, okay. Oh. Chico, Elon is not an attractive human specimen. Now that Tesla's burned half its TAM, Hyundai won't be the last one making investments. The barrel chest doesn't do it for you, Kirk. Agree to disagree. Listen, there is no amount of plastic surgery, Kiko, in the world that can fix this, okay? To the one where he's in fishnets. No, even the billions of dollars don't fix it. There's some kind of ugly that, you know, money simply can't fix. Anybody can give someone a horse for sex, Cobra. A toe's a toe when the lights are off. Except that's his face. How high can we go tomorrow? We still haven't filled the upside gap at 70. But I would say if we break out above that, like 58.20, 58.12 would be my next target. Is filling the upside gap possible today? Yeah. It definitely doesn't look as good as it did earlier, but it's not impossible. There's still plenty of interest at like 60, 65, 70. Also, someone bought a shitload of pits at 50. Yeah, they need to push it out about $4 higher than the intraday high. Yeah, they could. Delta kind of falls off a little bit, but there's probably enough gamma. It seems like if they don't get it, the whole day was kind of a wash. Any takes on GME earnings? No. They're gonna make what, like 8 cents a share or something? Yeah, probably revenue is still down. Oh shit. Congrats, crypto. If you're here. What did crypto do? He pass? What? What is OPEX? Sorry, I forgot. Options expiration date for the monthly contract, which was last Friday. No problem. I mean, it's not particularly squeezy to the upside. There's a little bit of delta. And we have about an hour, so there's plenty of time. Do OPEX runs happen Monday now with 1 day settlement? Monday or Tuesday versus Tuesday or Wednesday. But that also depends on where the settlement's coming from. This is the market back. It's been here every day. How's the macro meatball? We're kind of like, let's see. There? So we picked up a little bit of call delta, a little bit of put delta fell off. Are you gonna G me at the end of the day? No, I have like calls for April OPEX. Jimmy looks fine. Covering slowed a little today, but not too much. I'm not particularly fond of the exchange arbitrage, kind of dropped a little bit. It's like right around 0. Hmm. Huh. Yeah, Jimmy looks fine. Thought you only wanted to play this OPEX covering period. No. I did close some of the calls I had on Friday, but those are just like weeklies. Hmm. Still need $7 more to fill the gap. Gamma building the upside sold calls, yeah. Almost all of it. There's some sold puts at the 65 strike. But pretty much everything out to 5790s. Well, actually everything out to 5800 is sold calls, but 5790s still got the majority of those positions. Gamma's kind of flat up here though, between like 60 and 70, so you'd think that it wouldn't be too hard to push it up to fill the gap. Above the gap's hard. That's difficult, but they should be able to fill the gap. What's up, Dork? Why does the yellow line exist? I like it. Butterflies are a little dangerous. Yeah, I bet. I thought you said we're gonna get another leg down. I said after we get a rally that we can get another leg down. I've been pretty bullish on a turnaround for like 2 weeks now. We haven't lost the low. Given up on explaining what? The line? It's just gamma exposure as a line graph instead of a bar graph. Mm. The rally's probably not done because there's nothing to push vol up for at least another day. And I doubt durable goods is gonna be enough. Like it'd have to be a big miss on expectations. GDP maybe if it's like the final revision's way off, but and then PCE is not really that crazy either. So that leaves like so we get out to labor data, which is even further away. End of day predictions. I don't know. I'd say we probably close somewhere between 60 and 65, but I think we might fill the gap first. Well, I should rephrase that. I see no reason that the Bulls should be unable to fill the gap. The only thing really keeping that from happening right now is that people are buying puts in the money. Like 70, 75, 80. It seems that the bears that sold calls here are willing to defend them, which is not typical behavior for an upside push. And they'd gotten pressured a little bit better earlier, but this is not as strong a push as it was then. And even then, they were able to defend them. So there's the gap 70. Protecting sold calls while we're still in negative gamma. Yeah. Charm's gonna have an effect here too. Soon. If it's not already having one. And that's gonna be a struggle for the Bulls also. Well, those out of the money calls are decaying to zero, which will make them easier to squeeze the later in the day we get, but it's still difficult to get them in the money here. Ugh. Is Trump speaking on something else right now too? Isn't he supposed to be at like some Greek festival?
Owned group key
The Greeks aren't my people. Yeah. Greeks people conquered the Greeks with arrows that blot out the sun. The Persians didn't win that. Okay, never mind. Well, they won that one, but not the rest of it. I know he is. $6 more.
So much for joining.
Yeah, pretty much. If you look at like the out of the money calls are fairly dense. And there's been a bunch of profit taking on the in like the out of the money puts. So speed's pretty negative right below spot. If we slip 60, we're probably gonna push back down to 50. And it'll be hard to get it back up again. You almost sound bearish. I'm not really anything. I'm not trading this even. I might sell like a 60 or a 65 fly, but maybe I'll take a look at that. Look like that. Not really worth it here. Hmm. Yeah, maybe. What's up, popcorn? Aside from cumin, salt, pepper, garlic, and Mexican oregano, does anyone have any recommendations for spicing chicken for enchiladas? Garlic? Oh, you have garlic. Bay leaves. Maybe like yeah, like well, chipotle and adobo sauce, or like chili de arrabal, guajillo. Yeah, that's good too. I don't like ancho chili on chicken. What about like some tomatillo and like tomato, like roasted tomato and tomatillo? Are you making like stewed chicken, like tinga? When will PCE de-risking start? It's still 4 days away. I don't think anybody's afraid of PCE. I feel like GDP is probably scarier. The market likes the piano. Put it back. Fuck your calls. I have a butterfly. This JFresh crash is nuts. I know. We're crashing up, Popcorn. I definitely didn't Dave Films. Remember the white noise stream? Those are the best days of our life, and we didn't even know it. Oh, Jesus. Can you have a tally board for the number of incorrect JFresh predictions? uh... 276 isn't significant. Tesla needs to push up higher than that. You think slowed economic data next GDP report? We have to see what the revision to Q4 is, but it's going to have a big effect on expectations for Q1. This is the final revision for Q4 this week. We also have the final revision for the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report, which is dog shit. Has been and probably will continue to be. PMIs today weren't particularly great either. Because Morning and Discourse talked about how there were 0 sold calls today, and he's never seen anything so bullish in his life before. Wait, there's so many sold calls. There's like thousands of sold calls to the upside of spot here. Oh, like before market open? There was just nothing. Like everything fucking expired. Did he have bad data, Nuke? I can explain that away. That was TR pushing past 330 important. Yes. How much past 330 though? $334. Eh. Yeah. It's a breakout. I don't know where it goes from there, but it's not like a huge deal. I can still push out more, but upside, like the pace to the upside is gonna slow from there. Next upside target's like 350, and then 380 after that. So either the new one is so much faster that it's more accurate, Or the new one is so much faster and it's wrong. I wanna go with the latter. Although I haven't seen that yet. Hold on. I tried to pull it up, but it didn't work. Yeah, it wasn't giving me a expiration to select. Are you confident the gap fills today? I'm confident that the bulls want to fill the gap. What was the thing that you did, Popcorn? I think I'm playing with option strat, and I'm 35k into a YOLO with a low likelihood of success. On what? Wait, you gotta tell me what the YOLO is. Oh no. Didn't didn't we have this discussion? Don't tell me to just wait. It won't print. What's your cost basis? Okay, what's your PT? It's not Hertz. It's actually worse. Are Greeks big Trump fans?
Mr. President, first of all, allow
Damn,
me
this
to
reporter's got
offer
a
the
terrible seat.
congratulations of the Greek American community on your re-election to the presidency of our nation. We all look forward to a bright future for all Americans. I also want to thank you for creating the White House Faith Office, which promises to be an extraordinary collaboration between your administration and all faith leaders.
Maybe they thought MAGA is Make America Greek again.
Today, Mr. President,
no, it's not a Sith Lord. It's a Eastern Orthodox guy. Priest? I don't know what they're called.
Here at the White House. As ever, we are all humbled by the prestige of this celebration.
Why is everyone filming this with their phones? This is the press.
Thank you. Thank you for
the layoffs got rid of the cameraman.
Tradition that recognizes the Greek roots of democracy. We are here to celebrate. To celebrate.
Grappa's Italian, not Greek.
Greece.
You're thinking of Uzo.
Here also to celebrate the world's greatest democracy, the United States of America. We acclaim and remember the immortal heroes of 1821, who, like those of 1776, gave their all to attain liberty for their land. Mr. President, we especially thank you for your commitment to Christianity, and especially the Christians of the Middle East, who keep Christianity alive and thriving in the lands of its origin. As sons and daughters
Are you straddling
of the Mother
tonight?
Church
Yeah.
of Constantinople, whose longest-serving leader in history is His All Holiness, our Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, we thank you for your unwavering support of the spiritual mission of the Ecumenical Patriarchate in Istanbul.
To be fair, Greeks have always had a thing for financial responsibility. Really? I always thought their thing was
You are the
democracy.
leader in championing freedom and peace between all people. We are very grateful to you for your support of Greece and your support for the cause of justice in Cyprus.
He's gonna announce Greek tariffs.
You embody the values of our Christian faith
for their
and love
for all Greek exports.
You remind
Sheep,
me
feta,
of
and
the great
olives.
Roman Emperor Constantine
It's
the
gonna
Great.
cripple their economy.
This emperor, your dear Mr. President, is the one who founded and built the magnificent city of Constantinople, my birthplace, known today as Istanbul. It is my great honor to present.
Did
you
every Greek in the room
with
just
this
find out this
cross.
dude's Turkish? Because things got real fucking quiet.
This cross is the very symbol that led this great Roman Emperor Constantine to victory. As Christ revealed to him in a vision, he said, "En tuto nika," told the emperor, means go with this and be victorious, Mr. President. This cross is an everlasting symbol of peace and an invincible trophy, a sign of divine strength and guidance. With this cross, I pray you bring peace to the world and make America invincible.
Is this Greek guy asking Trump to take back Constantinople from the Turks? I'm not sure. It's gonna catch on fire in 3, 2.
Wow, that's so beautiful. Thank you very much. I didn't know that was going to happen,
Yes, you did.
but I'll take it. Thank you so much. Greek Independence Day. Wow. I'm delighted to welcome to the White House the hundreds of proud, hardworking Greek American patriots. I know so many of you. I like most of you. Some I don't like. They get to be very tough. Some pretty tough people out there, but that's okay. We love you. We love you all. In a few moments, I'll sign the proclamation to officially recognize tomorrow, March 25th, 2025, as Greek Independence Day, celebrating 204 years. That's right, celebrating 204 years of glorious Greek sovereignty and freedom. That's a long time. That's a great thing we're doing, and such an honor to have you. So, having His Eminence, the Archbishop, with us is very special, and I've been doing this from the very beginning. We missed 4 years, unfortunately. Bad things happened. A lot of bad things happened. And the world wasn't doing so well for 4 years, but we're doing well now. We're doing better now than we've ever done. We have things happening with our country that are incredible. And in terms of businesses coming in, I think we're close to $4 trillion now. Nobody's ever even heard of anything like that. And they're coming.
Is he just using total market cap?
Levels that we have never seen, and we're doing well. And the Greeks are doing well. They'll always do well. And I want to thank some of the wonderful Greek Americans working tirelessly by my side, members of my administration, friends of mine, and just incredible people. The President of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios. Where's Michael? Hello, Michael. Thank you, Michael. And Deputy Secretary of State, Michael Rigas. Michael, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I also want to thank Greeks for coming. Those are the ones I really like. Christos Marafatsos. Christos. Where's Christos? Good-looking guy he is. Thank you very much. And we also have some very powerful Greek politicians like Gus. Gus, will you please stand up? Nobody sees you. Gus Bilirakis. And he's a great friend of mine, and he's doing well. You're doing well, aren't you, Gus, huh? Yeah, I always say, stand up a little higher, Gus. And Mike Herodopoulos. Mike, thank you very much. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you for everything. Lance Gooden. Where's Lance? I don't know how much Greek you have in you, Lance. You have? Oh, the Greek. You do have. That's the ultimate. You're right. And Joe Wilson, our friend, Joe Wilson. Joe, thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Joe. And EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, who's got a big job. Thank you, Lee. He's got a big job. He's got to get those permits out fast because China gives fast permits, right? They don't even do permits. They just say build. Don't worry about it. Chief Financial Officer of Florida, Jimmy Petronis, who's running in a big race. He's running in a big race, and I hear you're doing well in the polls. You got to win that one, but they got to get out and vote, right, Jimmy? But you're doing great. And my former chief of staff, who's a terrific guy, Reince Priebus. Reince? Hi, Reince. Yeah, Reince is a terrific guy, and another terrific guy and woman, by the way. We have John Catsimatidis, #1, and his beautiful wife, Margot. And I want to thank you. And your daughter, Andrea, is here. Good. Wow. That's good. We have the whole family.
Almost got the toast.
He's done a fantastic job. The family has with ABC, and they have the biggest radio show and biggest station, I think, in New York. So good. So we have to really be nice to them when we think we're going to win New York. And if you have him on your side. But it's a great family. Thank you very much, my friends, for a long time. Thanks, John. Let me also extend a special welcome to Ambassador Nassika from Greece and Ambassador Sava from Cyprus, two very friendly rivals. Thank you both very much. And the bond between the United States and modern
She doesn't have known as freedom
goes back more than
pockets.
2 centuries. On March 25th, 1821, Greek patriots began their noble
filled the
fight
gap.
to reclaim their destiny from the grip of a foreign empire, a very powerful foreign empire. President James Monroe said at the time that the whole civilized world had a deep interest in a victory for the Greek people. President Monroe understood that Americans were bound by history and culture to the birthplace of democracy and the cradle of Western civilization. From the pages of our Constitution to the architecture of this capital city, this wonderful city of ours that we're fixing up, starting to shape up very nicely, isn't it, huh? To the very
Nice,
words
Dave.
of the English language.
Careful with
the
those
legacy of the
drawdowns.
Greeks is all around us. It encircles us. But perhaps the greatest gift we have inherited from that amazing culture is our incredible Greek American community that is now more than 3 million strong. I worked very hard. I worked very hard on getting your votes, but we didn't need to because we got them by a lot, right? We won by a lot, and we love them, and they love us. But we're joined today by one extraordinary Greek-American citizen, Alex Skarlatos. And you know the story of Alex, inspired by his grandfather who fought against the Nazis and the Greek resistance. Alex joined the National Guard after high school 10 years ago following a deployment to Afghanistan. You all read about this. Alex and his friends were on a train from Amsterdam to Paris when a bloodthirsty radical Islamic terrorist began shooting innocent people all over the train. They were falling left and right. In an act of tremendous valor, Alex and his comrades charged the gunman despite being completely unarmed and beat him into submission. And where is Alex? He's around here someplace. Get up here, Alex. Get up here. Come on, Alex. Get up here, Alex. Before providing life-saving aid to an American who was shot and hurt so badly, Alex's bravery helped save countless innocent lives that day. And today he continues to serve his country as a member of the Oregon State Legislature. So, Alex, come up here for a second. I at least want to shake your hand. Come up here. That's a big story. He had a lot of, I don't think I would have done that. I don't know. I'm not sure. Come here.
Thank you. I
Want to say
appreciate it.
something? Go ahead.
Oh. Well, one of the last times I was here was actually to watch our movie that Clint Eastwood directed, and we watched it with the president. And that was, I think February of 2018. And I honestly was surprised because I thought the president would watch about 10 minutes and then leave. And he stayed for the whole movie, which I was very impressed by because we played ourselves in the movie and the acting wasn't the best, but it was a very accurate movie. And the best part was when it came to the part where we were beating up the terrorist, the president hit me on the shoulder and was like, "Right on." And I was like, well, so that's one of the top tier memories for me. So I just wanted to say thanks so much and great to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex. We're also joined by another Greek American who first came here from Athens with $75 in his pocket after becoming an American citizen, Steve Valitsis. Where's Steve? Steve, that's a good story, Steve. You got plenty of cash now. So you started off with $75, and today you have a lot of money. But Steve built one of the most respected catering companies in Washington and all around the East Coast. And they have proudly catered the inaugural banquet in the U.S. Capitol for every president since Ronald Reagan. And I must tell you, he just did ours. He did 3. The one we didn't show up to because something happened. He was ready to do 3, but something happened on the middle one. And we did awfully well that day, I will tell you. But he just did one on January 20th, 2025, and everybody is still talking about the great food and the great service, and you did a fantastic job. There were a lot of people. Thank you very much, Steve, and your family. Thank you. Also, many of you know Steve's daughter, Alexandra, as the director of the White House Visitors Office. Congratulations to Steve and Alexandra. Great job.
Did he just say director of the White House Fidgeton's office?
Job at the White House. Also with us in person, and a person that really is a great friend and been a great friend for a long time.
What the fuck?
This woman, although she's very young yet, I've
What does
known
that
her for a
mean?
long time. She
Fidget
came
spinner
here and She
office.
loves our country and she loves Greece, and now she's going to be the future ambassador to the Hellenic Republic, Kimberly Guilfoyle. And I'm going to say, Kimberly, come on up and say a few words. Kimberly, come. She's really a good person. She represents the Greek culture very well, I will tell you. She's very proud of it. Kimberly, please. Thank you, sweetheart. Come.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much of everyone being here. And I tell you, this is the honor and privilege of a lifetime to serve this country and to serve a country that I love so much, that is so near and dear to my heart, with Greece, and to do it under the guidance, the leadership, the most important, powerful president that this country has ever seen, a man of integrity. I know the measure of the man and his character and his strength. And I know his love for the people of Greece, the birthplace of democracy. And today we celebrate and cherish our rich history and our enduring bond, the United States and Greece, and the founding of the Hellenic Republic. And under President Trump, no, sleep well at night and wake up in the morning feeling hopeful and optimistic for a man that will fight for the economy of this country and of Greece, for religious liberty and freedom, and for the enduring alliance of Greece and the United States. God bless you all. Thank you for having me.
Four more years.
Who hired that one guy to shout that?
Well represented, Kimberly, do we agree? Thank you, Kimberly. From Washington to Chicago, from New York to Detroit, from Philadelphia to the famous Tarpon Springs. You know all about Tarpon Springs, Florida. Greek Americans have blessed our country with exceptional courage, patriotism, and tremendous skill. Under this administration, we will continue to honor the virtues, ideals, and spirit of this magnificent heritage, and it is indeed magnificent, that has flourished for thousands of years, from the golden age of ancient Greece to the...
That guy's also available for slow claps.
Once again, let me wish you all a very, very happy Greek...
I love how they had to like cut him off because no one else was chanting it.
It's an honor to have you with us. I appreciate it very much, and I appreciate that magnificent cross. It will be with me always. And I'd just like to finish by saying you are a very, very special people. I wouldn't have missed this. I was very busy today. I had something. They took me away, and I said, well, isn't that the same day we're celebrating Greek Independence Day? They said, yes. I said, cancel the other one. It was a very big deal. It was not easy to do, my friend. It was not easy to do, but we did it, and it's now my honor to sign the proclamation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Canceled his golf round. Is this an Ellie Goulding concert? Is he throwing out MAGA hats? What's he throwing to people? Tootsie Rolls? Oh shit, don't tell Dork. Well, we filled the gap. Looks like we're closing at it, though. That's Jewish, not Greek. How's your butterfly? A little bit out of the money. I need the price like $3 lower. Oh, am I gonna get it? Fuck yes. Wait, hold on. Oh no, it's gotta be under 66.30. Yes! Mm! Woohoo! Fuck you, Bob. Get wrecked, bitch. Alright, where were we? Bob's is jealous of my $9 in profits. It's alright, he'll get over it. If you look at Jimmy, why would it do? It looks fine. It's doing really boring shit, but it's also going up. It's going up in like a not dramatic, boring way because there's 400 fucking million shares now. Alright, so closed a bit, quite a bit above the market maker's expected move for the day. A little bit above mine, too. Filled the gap up at 57.70 that was left over from Friday the 7th. Just kind of tapped that and then closed a little lower, but that's a fairly good start to a recovery here. We are, however, we did reject on the breakout of the prior trend, which is like down here. Failed that, so we get a new trend. We broke out above that, and then also failed that breakout as well. But this may continue to push up throughout the night. I think as long as it can hold above 5,800, there's a decent amount of support built up here. And then we'd be looking a little bit further out to the upside, around like 59.25 for the next level of maybe significant resistance to the upside on futures. If this fails, and it fails like 57.75 to the downside, it could retreat back, but there's a couple layers of confirmation there before anything gets too bearish. Yields up all day, quite a bit. So we're seeing treasuries get shorted down across the curve. We're seeing leverage up on the carry, and dollar up. And so this is an expansion of available margin, and we're seeing that replicated over on SPX with a 171 basis point move to the upside today. Commodities coming down a little bit. Looks like gold, silver, copper. Oil was up, mostly on some geopolitical news, but OPEC is supposed to start increasing output tomorrow, I believe. Carry trade leverage up to 8.85, 0.25. Yeah, 0.25 increase over Friday's close. But we're not seeing leverage really pick up at the short end. We are seeing the forward yield of volatility fall. That's now down around negative 3.26, which is the first time we've seen a negative print on that since Feb 27th. Was today. Well, I guess we slipped negative. I think we slipped negative on these days, but I don't think we closed any of them negative. Yeah. But, you know, turning around volatility a bit. Bond vol may have picked up with the bump in yields today, but correlation on the 3-month continuing down pretty sharply today. That should see a decline in bond vol as well. Skew picked up on Friday, probably more so today. We're going to see a little bit less out of the money demand for puts. It looks like breadth is pretty solid on this. Dow's lagging behind a little bit, but Russell picking up. So I think RSP had a pretty decent day today, yeah, up around 1%. And so we'll probably see a few more stocks move above that 20-day moving average. Correlation is still falling really slowly. Especially given the like 9% decline in VIX today, you'd kind of expect correlation to be down more. So it may be that there's still just a lot of demand for long volatility. Maybe out on like the July or June contracts. But it looks like, you know, the April contract is around like 915. So, yeah. I think I would expect volatility shorting to be a little bit harder here, but I guess 3-month volatility is still around 19. So, Fed fund futures pulling back a little bit with the slightly higher prices in this morning's PMI report. And expansion in the services sector, we're going to see a little bit less likelihood of Fed rate cuts in the latter half of this year. This is the September. So, you know, moving a little bit back towards, you know, like 1.5 cuts by September. And the bear steepener flat on the day. So 10-2-year spread staying perfectly even, open to close. All right, so out here, something notable about last Friday was that we closed above the 50-week moving average. And today we broke out above it, with the next, you know, upside target being the 20-week moving average out there at around 59.47. But on the daily, we still have one more pretty important target to the upside. Actually, I think we're just a bit above it today. 57.52. Yeah, so we broke above the 200 MA. That'll give us, you know, an upside target around 5,900. There is a little bit of there's like a little bit of a trend here that we might test around 58.50. But I think the significant levels to the upside to pay attention to here are going to be like the Jan low, 57.73, which we did break above today but failed. Now I'm not sure if that failure is going to persist out into tomorrow. We'll probably push up above the Jan low, and then, you know, above that, like 58.37. Now more likely 58.78 were fairly important upside targets, and then, you know, 950 above that, like 60.30. So definitely a decent start to reversal here, but there's still going to be a few levels that are important to the upside still, and I think the biggest locally is going to be 57.73. On the option side of things, you know, that's we've got SPXW, delta neutral and gamma neutral, both around the 58.30 level right now. Obviously, delta and gamma are still going to be negative as far as exposures go here, but getting a little bit closer to positive. And these are still, delta kind of flattened out, but gamma's still coming down. It's a little bit under DN, which is usually a fairly bullish signal. on rising prices. And so we will be looking for, Vega neutral to start coming down as more and more volatility shorting piles in, and gamma max to also move down as, position starts to concentrate to the upside here. Now, that might mean that gamma max actually moves below the prior high by the time we get up there, but I'm not really sure we're going to get a full reversal back to the all-time highs, and we still have a lot of, macro data that's going to need to get sorted through this week. But the return back to the Jan low is definitely a good start, and a move back above gamma and delta neutral on the monthly is gonna probably help at least support things until we get out to the tariff decisions next week, or the labor data prints, which will also be coming up pretty soon. And those are going to be very important, provided durable goods, GDP, and PCE don't have any major shocks. Anyway, that's it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Later, everyone. Peace.